They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Bad start for Boston Pietre, who's last. It's Gandy Dancing, one of many sending out for the lead. Flowing Rivers on the outside with Invaluable Will, followed up by Bay Bank at the fence in fourth. Then in fifth, that is Tommy the Torch, a space of 4 lengths to Anything Passable, who's to the inside of slow starting Boston Pietre at the tail. On to the turn. It's Flowing River, Invaluable Will, first and second. Gandy Dancing with a burst of energy outside, going closer in third, 2 lengths off the lead. A gap of 4 lengths to Boston Pietre to the inside of Tommy the Torch, fourth and fifth. Bay Bank shuffle back second last and a half length to Anything Passable, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Flowing River and Invaluable Will. These two clash for the lead in upper stretch. Gandy Dancing's in third and 4 lengths off the lead, and then it's Tommy the Torch in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Flowing River gets the better of Invaluable Will. Tommy the Torch, Gandy Dancing on the outside, third and fourth. In deep stretch, it's Flowing River. Flowing River will do enough to prevail by a length. Gandy Dancing, Surge latest 2 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 4, Aram Carliani. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3 Wagering. Post time, race 2 and they're off. Hidden War Dance and War Terminatrix. These two send out for the lead. Crystal's on the outside with Catalina Fina. It's Mission Avenue at the fence, improving up into fourth, only a length off the lead. Then it's Queen of All My Dreams, who's is at the back of the pack and about 7 lengths off the lead as they race up the backstretch and get ready to take on the far turn. War Terminatrix to the outside of Mission Avenue. It's Crystallo's on the 3 wide side, a neck off the lead. 3 lengths back to Hidden War Dance, who's to the inside of Catalina Fina's urge to keep up, and 2 lengths to the trailer, Queen of All My Dreams. 2.5 furlongs to go. Crystal with a 3 wide bid gets a narrow lead as Mission Avenue saving all the ground. War Terminatrix tries to keep position in between horses. They're clear by 7 lengths over Queen of All My Dreams in fourth as they turn into the stretch. It's Mission Avenue who cuts the corner, has a lead by a length. War Terminatrix not giving up outside second. Crystal third, Queen of All My Dreams towards the inside. 16th to go. A struggle between Mission Avenue and War Terminatrix. Queen of All My Dreams up the inside, but it's Mission Avenue. Mission Avenue on the drop down in class wins by a length and a half. Queen of All My Dreams second, War Terminatrix third, and Crystal double 990, exacta 38.60, 50-cent try, $22.25. Dime Superfecta, $6.17. And they're off. Looks like a very competitive start. It's Sorority Prank who jets out for the lead. Pascal Moon and Hey Toby are on the outside. Hey Toby's up into second. Pascal Moon's in third. Big Rich is to the inside of Drinking Solo. That's the 5 of them, and about 6 lengths from front to last as they circle around the first turn. Sorority Prank's calling the shots on the front end. Has the lead by a half length as Hey Toby will try to inject some pace into the race in third. Big Rich the outside of Pascal Moon, third and fourth, and a gap of 2 to Drinking Solo, who trails the field. First quarter mile in a casual 24 and 4/5. It's Sorority Prank on top. The lead's a half length. Hey Toby prompting outside second. Pascal Moon covered up in third. Big Rich 3 wide fourth, 3 off the lead, and a gap of 5 lengths to Drinking Solo, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the far turn. It's Sorority Prank who leads by 3 parts of length with 3 furlongs to go. Hey Toby takes another crack at Sorority Prank on the turn. Pascal Moon is nudged upon in third. Big Rich is in fourth and 6 lengths off the lead, and 7 lengths to Drinking Solo, who trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Hey Toby takes over from Sorority Prank. Hey Toby's homeward bound and opens up by a length and a half. Sorority Prank cannot keep up in second. Pascal Moon races in third. 1 furlong to go, and it's Hey Toby who scampers clear by 6 lengths. Sorority Prank's in second. Pascal Moon in third. A top-notch performance from Hey Toby. Sorority Prank second. Pascal Moon third. Drinking Solo fourth. And they're off. It's Slow Ready, Starship, Kit Kat, and Frisbee Bee, the quickest out of the starting gate. They're across the track early on. Sweet Carol James improving up into fourth, then a length back to Fauve, who's a half length in front of Harley, who's at the back of the pack. Starship, Kit Kat up the backstretch has a lead by a little over a length, now a length and a half. Over Slow Ready, who defers in second. Sweet Carol James picks up a spot in third. Frisbee Bee towards the inside fourth, 4.5, 5 off the lead. Then a gap of 4 lengths back to Fauve, who's a length and a half in front of Harley, who's at the tail of the field. 3 furlongs to go. Starship, Kit Kat on top by a length and a half. Slow Ready now to the outside in second. In third, Sweet Carol James, 4 lengths off the lead. Frisbee Bee, niggled upon, not keeping up right now in fourth. And then it's Fauve to the inside of Harley at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Starship, Kit Kat whips him in, has a lead by a length. Over Slow Ready is trying to run that one down to the outside second. Sweet Carol James up the inside third, 1 furlong to go. Starship, Kit Kat shaking up, but it's Slow Ready. Slow Ready able to wrestle that lead away from Starship Kit Kat, and it's Slow Ready victorious. Starship Kit Kat second, Sweet Carol James third, and Fauve fourth. For the winning combination of 1, 3, and 5. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 7, Johnny No Time. And they're off. It's Burning Money and King Spirit going out for the lead, but now it's busting out of here and Dream Along With Me towards the inside. Dream Along With Me with a slender lead. Busting out of here is in second, King Spirit outside third. Burning Money fourth, to the outside of Stimuli in fifth. Then a couple lengths back to Whiskey French is the outside of Dracula. Those two about 5 lengths off the lead. 3.5 lengths to 10 Run Rule, who is in second last. And Destina Robbins at the tail of the field. Busting out of here now has the front end by a half length over King Spirit second. Dream Along With Me drops back. Whiskey Friends ranging up to the outside with Burning Money. They're third and fourth. Dracula follows those two in fifth, and it's Stimuli dropping back as Dream Along With Me. Then it's Destined Robin in second last as they arrive at the top of the home stretch, and it's Whiskey Friends in the far outside, striking the front over King Spirit, who's to the outside of busting out of here second and third as Dracula has nowhere to go as Burning Money is only about a half length off the lead into second. Burning Money and Whiskey Friends, these two will decide it. Burning Money's game along the inside, and Burning Money outruns Whiskey Friends to the finish. Dracula an unlucky third, busting out of here fourth. Our Horse Racing Stable and H. Michael Riley Jr. bred Burning Money. It's official, $28.60 the winning mutual. Daily double, $147. Exacta 90. Look ready here. And they're off. It's Shahana and those white blinkers who sends out for the lead. Nurse Bunny flashing early speed. Lady Lauban outside third. And Red Butterfly, pink blinkers in fourth. And then it's Carol Said No in fifth. Ruby's Mission races 6, 7 off the lead. And a length and a half back to Practical Rachel, who's in the 7th and trailing position. Shahana's on the front end and has a clear lead. Let's call it 3. Nurse Bunny up the inside in second. Lady Lauban in between runners. Ruby's Mission with a middle move on the outside up into third. 3 lengths off the lead. Now up into second is Ruby's Mission. Near the back part of the field, Carol Said No is advancing, passing Nurse Bunny. And then it's Red Butterfly and Practical Rachel trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. And Ruby's Mission's made a big move for the front end. Will try and sustain that move. It's to the outside of Shahana. Carol Said No is to the grandstand side. And then it is Lady Lauban in fourth. They got 3/16 to go. And Shahana opens up again. Shahana has the lead by 2 over Ruby's Mission in second. Then it's Carol Said No and Lady Lauban, 16th to go. It's Shahana. Shahana bet down as a 2-1 favorite. Draws clear to win by 5. Ruby's Mission second. Lady Lauban third. Carol. 660 the winning mutual. 6 race official. Daily double 124.50. Exacta 22.60. 50-cent try. $32.12. And they're off. Creation of Adam wins the break-in, jets out for the lead. Last Drink is flashing early speed. This time, Yes is towards the inside as it's Bustino Santino's outside of him in a joint third with this time, Yes. 3 more lengths back to Union Navy, who's about 4 lengths in front of Ari's Magic, who's at the back of the pack as they get ready to take on the turn. It's Last Drink who's to the inside of Creation of Adam. They're clear by 2. Bustino Santino improving in third. 2 more lengths. This time, yes, mid-pack in 4th, 3 lengths to Union Navy. And Ari's Magic will attempt to warm up to the task on the outside. Still about 11 lengths off the lead. As they arrive at the top of the stretch, Last Drink, Creation of Adam, joined by Bastino Santino, is on the outside in 3rd. Ari's Magic's on the extreme outside, who's closing in there with this time, yes. 1 furlong to go. Bastino Santino now assumes command. Ari's Magic's on the grandstand side, closing in stoutly. 16th to go. Bastino Santino, Ari's Magic, Creation of Adam. Here's the winning line. Bastino Santino able to get there in time. The entry, the 1 Sweet Tooth Sue and the 1A MAS Screws. Put Carlos Camilo on number 8 upright. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. They're all in the gates. And they're off. It's Island Ride who dashes out for the lead. Grab the Glory, flashing early speed in 2nd. My Royal Vow outside 3rd. Cupright even further out in 4th. Then 2 lengths to Kitty Tin Tin, who's to the outside of Hillbilly Lady. And Tracy's Girls in some tight quarters at the back of the pack and 7.5 lengths off the lead. Island Ride leads this group into the turn. Lily leads a length and a half. My Royal Vow, Grab the Glory in pursuit, 2nd and 3rd. 3 lengths back to Cupright 4th, who's 3 lengths in front of Kitty Tin Tin in 5th. Hillbilly Ladies in 2nd last, and Tracy's Girl trails the field and about 11 lengths off the lead. As they wind their way to the quarter pole, My Royal Vow has taken over the lead. My Royal Vow, as they turn into the stretch, has the advantage on Island Ride in 2nd. Grab the Glory and Kitty Tin Tin and Cupright bearing down outside 3rd, 4th, and 5th, but still about 8 lengths off the lead of My Royal Vow. My Royal Vow opens up by about 4 lengths over Island Ride. Kitty Tin Tin's up into 3rd, but it's My Royal Vow. My Royal Vow wins convincingly. Island Ride holds 2nd, Kitty Tin Tin 3rd, Cupright 4th. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Finger Lakes. Please rise as we play our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. A Monday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. Got, I guess, cloudy / overcast skies here in the Finger Lakes region. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. Not a whole lot to report, but let's get to it. Race number 1. Races 1 and 2, there are no changes. Race number 3. Late work for number 5, Monomoy Beach. Workout took place at Finger Lakes July 30th. 3 furlongs fast surface, 37.20 breezing. Fourth race. Fourth race, our only scratch, at least I have so far. Number 6, Diva Banker. Number 6, Diva Banker. A late scratch from race 4. Race number 5. Oh, this is easy. Races 5, 6, 7, and 8. There are no changes. I wasn't lying. Not a whole lot going on in terms of scratches and changes. 5 through 8, nothing to report. Well, since changes took so little time, want to remind everyone in a couple weeks, if you're in the area, you got to come out to Finger Lakes on Monday, August 18th, a free handicapping contest. We had one, I don't know, about 3 weeks ago, I think. But it's the same rules as the last contest. It's on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. $2,500 in prize money up for grabs, $1,000 for first, and it's free. Just got to be a Lucky North Rewards member to participate, but that's not a high barrier to achieve. So make sure to come out to Finger Lakes in 2 weeks' time for a free handicapping contest. Got about 58 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
Okay, we're here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack for another week of live racing. Should be another warm one today, a good day for the racing festivities. Of course, we still continue just Monday through Wednesday live racing. Of course, Wednesday 1:15 will first posts on Monday and Tuesdays 1 o'clock. We'll continue that through August. Gonna take a look at the jockey and trainer standings to start off the week. Andre Worry has a slight lead over Louis Perez. Both having exceptional years to start it off. Worry with 39 wins on the season. Good bounce back season for him. He was out for a little while with an injury after he was leading rider a few years ago. And Caber Cole won it a couple years in a row. So he's got a few of them that are up there. You got Caber still there, Louis Perez, Joel Cruz having an exceptional year as well. Also, Kevin Navarro having a good year riding for John Buckley. Buckley is second in the trainer standings. Mike Ferraro there again, Mike Ferraro Jr., 5 ahead of John Buckley at the present time. Well, you got Banker Blaney. He's the only 5-time winner. Of course, that was a little more exciting the last time Banker Blaney ran. It was close at the wire with Hey Hey Harry, but Olathibal is trying to keep pace. Every time Banker Blaney wins, it seems like Olathibal is in there as well. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Thuffer and Thuckatage. I don't know why the Z sounds like a TH, but that's the way it's pronounced. But going back to Wednesday, Paul Barrow had 3 wins on the card. That barn's starting to heat up. Jeremiah Flores riding a couple of those, and Heeman Harkey also with 2 wins on the card, going way back to Wednesday, but that was the last live racing day that we had. Number 8 on the card today. The early pick 5 starts with the late pick 5, last 5 races of the day. That'll be races 4, 5, 6, 7, 4 through 8. Now I got to do the math. Got a 9 race card the other day. All right, we'll start off with a starter optional claimer. Why not? Pretty good race. It's a great lead-in with Banker Blaney and Olathibal, because here he is. And he seems to be getting better with every start. you look at the numbers. It shows that. When he first came here to Finger Lakes, I'm thinking, this horse has got a fitness edge. He's going to win. And then got beat by Sutton Breeze and Sigler. Sigler, of course, for a future Hall of Fame teller, is the owner of that one. That one was going good at the time. But Olathabal, if he ran the race that he ran now back then, he would have easily beat those fields. So forget the fitness edge coming in here, because that's normally the angle that you look at when they come in here in April. They come in with a fitness edge and they win just because the other horses need a race or two, while like this one is coming in from other tracks. Not the case. He dropped to 5,000 and was life or death to win. Man, did he improve off of that, and it was poor tactics. The only reason that he's lost since then, trying to sit too much. Other than that, Olathabal has done nothing wrong and has basically won 4 of his last 5. Probably could have won 5 in a row to equal Banker Blaney. Of course, Banker Blaney's undefeated this year. That's the difference. But this one going good again. The last number is exceptional. I mean, not even close when you compare the last number to this horse to the rest of this field. So you're not going out on a limb to say all this horse has to do is repeat the last effort and he wins. Well, that doesn't always happen, but it's hard to go against the horse unless you have a reason to think that he's going to regress for some reason. I don't. So now you're looking for a horse for second. When you got a horse like this that's going so good, unless you're trying to beat him, hopefully he's regressing if you're trying to beat him or something happen. I don't know. It's hard to play the hater ticket when the horse is going so good. You almost got to just accept that horse is going to win and start off your pick 5. Or you look for a straight try or straight exacta or play around a little bit to try to get a price in there. I did use Emerald Forest for second. I think this horse could sit back and make a run. I think his running style might help him get in the money here. Fighter Kite was more of a beneficiary of the mud and a strong inside bias last time. Nutsy always fires, got to use that one. Sutton Breeze was going better earlier in the year, and so was Broken Hearted. So why not Emerald Forest, who's coming off a 2 straight win streak? Now this is a tougher race. There's no Olathabals in there, but he could get better with every start. I mean, if he faced Olathabal earlier in the season, he would have beat him, but not now. But I'm going to use him for second, trying to pass a couple of these horses. I mean, Nutsy's going to be that way too. Nutsy's going to sit back, make a run to try and be in the number. Sutton Breeze might be the only one to try to challenge him early. Expect him to have a little more speed today. If he could run the races he did earlier in the year with the speed that he had, maybe he could be the challenger. At least to soften up Olathabal a little bit. Olathabal didn't have this kind of speed earlier in the year. I don't know, all of a sudden the horses got good early speed as well. But Sutton Breeze, on the opposite, kind of slowed down a little bit. Going the route didn't help. I don't know why he went long. He's got no route breeding. Maybe it gave him a little bit of fitness back. I don't know. I don't know why they sent the horse a mile, but he didn't run that badly last time, running second to Olathabal. It's just hard to see him turning the tables. He may try to get out there early, maybe a little more aggressive today at 6 furlongs. It's an extra half furlong, but everybody's got to improve off of their last start to beat this horse, so I'm going to take him on top, unless he regresses. Okay, second race, going from a horse going the right direction to a $4,000 claimer. It's a below bottom, under C. This for fillies and mares, going 5.5 furlongs, and yeah, you could really narrow this down. I mean, Flattery's music at least gets a little bit less distance to hold on. I mean, you talk about a horse with no excuse last time. Mind of Gold still ran this horse down, even though she looked home free, opening up a big lead. Maybe the 5.5 she holds on, but we're in this same kind of situation, but this time it's shorter, and this time David Iola has Let's Maga instead of Mind of Gold, but same trainer as the winner of the last time this heat went. But let's think about Let's Maga is she doesn't have to come from that far back. She's done either. I think they were trying to change the running style at one point because the last time she won was at a big price and she came from the clouds. And then, unfortunately, they tried to sit her and make a run after that, and it wasn't working. But she's a versatile horse that if they just let her run her race, she can win here. And I think she can. She could just stay close with a stalking trip behind Flattery's Music. That one proved that she stops a little bit late. Maybe Super Slide could be the one to do the dirty work and get out there with Flattery's Music that lets Magas in position. She looks like the best horse right now of this bunch, so I'm going to take her on top. It's not even the favorite. Flattery's Music is, and I can understand Flattery's Music being the favorite. I mean, she just missed. It's the shorter distance. You wouldn't like her again at 6 furlongs, but you can like her today because it's 5.5, which has been a tremendous angle lately. Horses that are stopping, going 3/4 on the lead, they shorten up their next race and they're winning. I've been seeing a lot the last couple of weeks. So this one does just that. Goes 3/4 to 5.5. She does have some other speed inside her with Super Slide, but Super Slide's got more route speed. She's not as fast, even though she gets the lead in the pass and sprints. She's not as fast going short, but it's not like Flattery's Music went that fast last time. So it might make it a little tougher for Flattery's Music. I mean, she did some slow fractions. No excuse, maybe just got beat by a better horse. Sweet Tooth Sue's the next logical. It was between her and Wine Trail on who to put third in here. Sweet Tooth Sue is one of those horses that you can use and try as supers, but just can't bet her on top. You know, she's got to have things go perfectly her way in the times that she's won, but you could just look at the overall record. And most of that was during her time as a maiden, where she had a lot of seconds and thirds, but not a lot of victories. Yeah, she's still eligible for a lifetime condition, but she's got the 10 seconds of 10 thirds. But to be honest, the lifetime condition isn't any tougher than the 4,000 with a beaten since the date race. So this might be a good spot for her to stay at. She did run third, and I could see the same race, basically, even though it's shorter, where David Iola wins, Flattery's Music stops late to be second after being softened up, and Sweet Tooth Sue just hangs around for third, to be specific. The only other way I could see this is maybe trying to be specific here. Maybe Flattery's Music can hold off Let's Maga if speed's pretty good early. And then Wine Trail and Sweet Tooth Sue could battle for third. Can't get much more specific than that. Okay, allowance race is the third, goes 5.5. Starts at pick 3, starts the early pick 4. Yeah, it just seems like, I talked about Barrow heating up the other day. He had 3 wins on Wednesday card, couple late. This race, it just looks like he's got both the winners. It should be 3-4. I think it's my fault. I gave it to him wrong, but the number should be 3-4-1 for this race. Paul Barrow, I got Apollo Code, and Can't Beat Me. Although I do give Swift Bank a big chance, just entered out of condition. Apollo Code would be my top choice. This one only one race over the track. It was in the one state bred. Goes shorter today, but I think the race over the track is going to help Apollo Code. The fact that Jeremias Flores rides here, and he kind of rides is the main rider for Barrow, although Harkey Road Can't Beat Me before. I just see it as these two. Apollo Code improving off the race over the track. Can't Beat Me put up a good number last time. Can't Beat Me won last time, and that's off 2 straight wins, and might be getting better. I mean, rose up a class to the 6250. This is not really a big step up when you're talking about the Open 6250, and boy did he win easy for Different Connections. So claim back, moves to the one state bred, and again, it's not a big step up. Horse has got a big chance. And speaking of Banker Blaney, Courageous Ola comes out of the same race. It's just a matter of the pace flow. I think this horse is going to send from the rail. The problem is you got Coin Jar, and then Monomoy Beach wants to be close too. So that might make it tougher. But I do like the last race that Courageous Ola ran. He kind of just followed the leader in a sense, but he showed enough speed that he could get out with Coin Jar in this race. He's inside of Coin Jar, which gives him a little advantage over Coin Jar, who figures to be the other speed. And depending on how this track's playing, that could be a good enough advantage. So I'm going to go with the 3, 4, and 1. I'll correct them with that later, but if you're listening, not watching, it should be 3, 4, 1 in the third race, and I think that was my mistake giving it to him. It was kind of a rough morning this morning. Fourth race goes the distance of 6 furlongs. Scratch the 6, Diva Banker. So I'm going to go with Jackson Avenue in this race. Comes off a second place finish to Thin Legs, a horse that was heavy favorite and looked like the winner in that race. And you know, she had very much a tactical edge. Jackson Avenue was actually a very good price, considering the drop in class from a 2-staper to 62.50, and the horse was 6-1. It was the only one that really could beat Thin Legs in there, the only one with a shot, but turns out nobody would beat Thin Legs. Well, you don't have to worry about Thin Legs today. So she drops another notch. The big one you have to worry about is Laughter. So I thought it was these two. Jackson Avenue off the good second place finish for 62.50. Laughter dropped out of the starter to 5,000 last time, and really got a little bit short late at 6 furlongs, but was also on the inside. Inside was just not the place to be all day. It was a dead rail, and this horse kind of rolled the rail on the inside and made a nice early move and moved to the front, but it was life or death to hold off Let's Maga, who's running for 4,000 early in the day. So it wasn't the toughest of field, but the race is better than it looks because she was on the dead rail. From a race that's better than it looks to a race that's a little dressed up, I thought, and that's the 5 Tasty Wave. I mean, the horse is going good. No doubt about it. It was a good-looking performance last time, and that was after losing to Laughter. But it turned out that things went her way in that 5.5 furlong race. Isle Storm was in there. Isle Storm was the speed of the race. Isle Storm wasn't that aggressive early. Tasty Wave was outside of her and actually made things tight on the rail for Isle Storm. It was a good job of race riding. And Isle Storm just kind of bailed out, gave up the lead, and then Tasty Wave had an easy lead from there, and it was just home free against an easier field. So it's not going to be the same scenario, you don't think. I mean, Isle Storm was the one that bailed out. Now you got Bad Connection, who's the inside speed of Tasty Wave, and she might stop early enough that Tasty Wave could take over and you have the same scenario, but it is a little further. But she needs the same scenario in order to win against this field. She did end up coming home fast for the level and earned a good buyer of a 60, but again, she was aided by the fact that the other speed kind of backed off her because things were tight on the rail, and she was the one that made it tight on the rail, but things were tight on the rail early, and that one backed off of her, and then she had the easy lead from there. So I'm going to go with the 2, 4, 5. She's definitely not out of it. Again, you can see the same scenario if she can put away Bad Connection early enough. But Bad Connection has one way of going. If that one stops, then she could take over. Okay, fifth race starts the late pick 4. It is an allowance race going a mile 70. Yeah, I'm going to go with the inside Skippy Town. I know Jake's Orchard is the morning line favorite, and let's face it, he doesn't win. He likes to hit the board. So I would look elsewhere if you're looking for the win threat. I mean, you got to use Jake's Orchard somewhere in your number. But Skippy Town, 4-1's an honest price with a horse that just absolutely crushed a maiden field. Now, it was supposed to, according to the odds, went off at odds of 1-2, but there were some question marks with Skippy Town because it was coming from a different surface. Now, did run his first couple races as a maiden on the dirt and really didn't run that well on the other surface. But boy, did he beat that field. And And yeah, it was DQ from his last start, but that was for 75. So I guess you could say it was a step up, but it was a different surface. So what do you gauge by that? Because it almost looked like, well, are we sure that he's as good on the dirt as he did off the last DQ win? I guess he answered that question. And the time doesn't lie. The time doesn't lie, and the number doesn't lie. That he just absolutely crushed that field. Now, there wasn't much behind him in that race, but he still won pretty easily in a quick time. I'm going to lean towards him on top. I think he can make it 2 in a row. The 7 is Burn Notice, who's 6-1 morning line. And that's not a bad number considering that this horse broke his maiden off of the layoff. You don't see that happen too much, where a horse comes off the layoff here at Finger Lakes. They could break their maiden, but winning going long off of a layoff like that, you don't see that often. So that's a good effort, and you know he can improve off of that race. But he went to Saratoga against a tougher field because that's where Clement is. Well, now comes to Finger Lakes for Michael S. Ferraro in the barn of Ferraro, and you can tell by the works this horse has been here. So it's a strong angle there. I'm gonna go this one second. I go a little bit of a long shot for third as well. I mean, Burn Notice isn't gonna go off 6-1, but New Matthew could go off a price off of his last race. He was running in New York against Tougher. Obviously out of a dam by Pioneer of the Nile, so the breeding is there for New Matthew. The sprint might have been too short. It was against Aries Magic, and this horse had a bad start. So he was up against it that race. And last race, he did kind of check out early. I don't know how you want to explain that, where he was on the rail and the 2 horse was making it tight on him, and it was almost like he was getting out as well, and then Perez just took him out of that situation, and he wasn't able to make up the ground after that. But you can give him the excuse, plus it was his first time going long, so that is correct that he did have to check early in the race. And that could have been a factor how he ran. It was only his second start of the year. You got to think that he's going to run better today with no mishap and make the number. The speed comes from the 5, 2:30 a.m. Not sure what the 2 Jake's Orchard's going to do. Here's the thing with Jake's Orchard is he breaks inside of 2:30 a.m. Does he let that horse go who's going to be all amped up coming out of sprints, or does he go with him early? He likes to have a running mate in the early stages of a race. It just seems like that's his way of running, and he always hangs around. It's like the other speed seems to quit. He likes to have that other horse to run with, and it doesn't matter how fast they go. He always seems to put away the other speed, but then somebody beats him. That's just the way it goes. I mean, but they're not bad horses beating him. Burning Beauty put up a good number that day. Alfgar has been going good, and Mr. Rimple was a much the best horse. So it's not like he's getting beat by bad horses, but the behavior's there of not wanting to beat that last horse. But one thing he does do is he usually puts away the other speed. He'll go with the 1-7-6-2. All right, 6th race, a 5,000 claimer, never won 2, going a mile 70. Yeah, I got a couple horses that got a little bit of price in here. You got Global Giant, who's at 6-1. Maybe because I've kind of given up on Ranger Blue because I just don't like the tactics that they use with that horse. He's a horse that needs the lead. Sometimes he's not fast enough to get the lead. So I was going elsewhere because I liked him last time and they didn't put the horse on the lead again, so I give up. Global Giant, though, seems to have a little bit of a back class edge. I don't want to call it class. I mean, they're only 16,000 3-year-olds. But the winners' races that he had at Parks in his first start here, one of them was against Sorority Prank. The other one was in an optional claiming starter at Parks, and that had to be a lot tougher than what Global Giant faces here. He did drop to 5,000 his last start, but it was going short at 6 furlongs. Kind of made a little bit of a move. Just kind of ran evenly, I thought. So I think the stretch out to a mile 70 is going to help this horse. And if you get anything near 6-1, it's certainly worth a play. Got that one on top. David's Tuition, tricky read. I guess you could say that. Here's a horse by Mineshaft, who has been running against much, much tougher throughout his career. Now, Carl had a horse drop the other day, that JT's horse that was just too good for 5,000 claimers. Of course, that was a second drop. They dropped 11, then a 5. This one doesn't even stop in the middle. Drops to the bottom off of 2 poor efforts. But look at the horses that beat this horse. And that could be significant here. King's Leap ran 3rd in the New York Derby. And he didn't run as well the other day, but he did run 3rd in the New York Derby. Blamiker, it was that race, went 103 for 5.5 furlongs. So the margin of defeat, not as bad as it looks when this horse is chasing wide, when you're up against a horse that runs the fastest time in a long time. So, again, it's not like he's competitive in those races, but the horses that he's up against are stakes caliber horses. And now he's in for 5. Makar was involved in a lot of bumping last time. I don't think it affected the outcome, but he was bothered as Neptune Beach was having a little trouble staying straight. But again, it didn't affect the placings in that sense. But it was far back to the rest of the field. And that was the first time going long in quite some time, maybe ever, for Makar. And, prove that he could go long. That's the big thing. And now Heeman Harkey picks up the mount as Worry goes to One With Everything. But Harkey's ridden this horse before. And Makar, if he can repeat the last effort, hard not to use him. So going to go with the 6, 5, and 2 in a pretty open $5,000 never won 2 condition. Sometimes those routes are fun. All right, from an open race to one that I think you can narrow down. It's a 7th race. It's an optional claiming tag of 8,000 with the starter condition. Again, like the other one, nobody's in for the claiming price, so they're all in for the starter condition. Honorable Avenue doesn't seem to be as good as he used to be. 30 Oysters, if he needs a speed favoring track again, not sure if he's going to get it. So I think you can narrow it down. Dynamite Karma is really tough to go against off of the 2 starts that he's had here. They're against basically the same field. I mean, the number that he put up and the races that he ran were against these type of horses, including Beta, who got 2nd. I got a replay, and I think according to the odds, it's most likely going to happen anyway. But unless Beta can find a way to turn the tables, Dynamite Karma is going to be tough. Now, he's got to go a little further. That was a mile race. This is a mile 70. But it's almost like he might even get a better trip today the way the complexion looks. 30 Oyster is going to go to the front end. Usually gives it up. Somebody will make an early move. He may be the one to make an early move. He sat just off last time. But Coach Bai's going to be up there close. You got a bunch of horses that are going to be up close. One of the reasons I'd say throw You Tomorrow in there in the number, because that one might be the only one that can sit and make a run. But Coach Bahi's hard to leave out. The horse rarely misses the board. Last time he missed the board was against Dynamite Karma, but I would think that he'd run better today coming off the win. It's just a consistent horse. Fort Charles certainly plays, but can he keep his form? Utamaro would be the other one that I would consider using in here. I think his running style is going to help him because you're going to have 30 Oysters shoot out there, go to the lead. How fast is he going to have to go? Because there's a couple of these horses that like to be in the race early, and they may try to make an early move. The horse that's going to benefit the most from that situation is Utamaro. I know maybe he's more of a filler for Beta here, but you got to think that he's going to run better stretching out. And you can really forgive the last race. I mean, this horse is getting in the number the last couple times he ran for 5,000 after running against allowance horses. I mean, for this level, Utamaro's never missed the board in a route race. Now he stretches out to a route for the best stretch out trainer at the track. Mixed feelings because of the last race, but at least he's not in for 5. I think that's a good sign for you tomorrow because he would have had the option to run for the waiver claim again instead of running here. Maybe helping out Beta. All right, 8th race, a 5,000 claim race. Now where's the race that's a date or never won 4 races. Goes the distance of 6 furlongs. Got some flippity flops of some jockeys in here. What you do with that one? Worries on True Destiny. He goes to Kaz Rose. D. Diego is on Ramon. He goes to Make a Joyful Noise. And Kiberkoa goes to True Destiny. And he was on Sweet Invasion, so Christian Navarro goes there. So we're doing a little merry-go-round of who's riding who. One thing that you can see is when Fast Fran gets the lead, Fast Fran is usually tough. Now, she wasn't able to hold off Ouch That Hurt last time, but Ouch That Hurt ended up running a big race. Ouch That Hurt probably needed her first start. She didn't break well her first start, and that was the big thing, is she didn't break well. So we saw the real Ouch That Hurt, and she was just better than Fast Fran that day at 5.5, even though Fast Fran kind of had things her way. Ouch That Hurt was just the better horse. Now, she may not be as good as she was in the past right now, but she's making her 3rd start off the layoff, and it looks like she's got a chance to make the lead in here, a clear lead, and you don't have to worry about Ouch That Hurt her thin legs. Ouch That Hurt her thin legs would probably be 2 to 5 in this race. So she doesn't have to worry about those 2 rivals. It's a little bit softer field today, and she looks like the speed. Make a Joyful Noise is more of the closer. Getting the extra half furlong might help here, especially with the lack of pace in here, other than Fast Fran. Expect her to be closing late. I don't know what to expect from her. At least she showed some signs of life last time. She had a couple really poor efforts in a row after a couple really good efforts in a row. And I think last time, the fact that it was only 5.5, Tasty Wave, mentioned that one earlier, kind of got away on the front end. It was almost like she was loose because Isle Storm backed off of her. That made it tougher for the closers at 5.5. But she did show signs of life making a late move. Kaz Rose was in for the waiver claim, making her first start. She makes her 2nd start. My concern would be they're willing to give her away today because she's not in for the waiver claim. The positive, though, is Worry does end up staying here instead of True Destiny. He normally rides for Jeff Engelhart, but it would have been more interesting if he didn't. So I'm going to use the horse off of the numbers last year. Tumbles, yeah, I liked Tumbles a little bit last time to hit the board. I mean, you weren't going to be, it did look like a 2-horse race on paper, Fast Fran and Ouch That Hurt. So she ran where she's supposed to run, 3rd or 4th in there, but she was compromised by a bad start. It's an easier field today, other than the presence of Fast Fran again. And, yeah, she had things kind of her way against an easier field when she won off the layoff. Maybe she just ran well fresh. But she's run better in the past, and I think she can run closer today, I guess in the number anyway, with a little bit easier field, with a better start, and she's on her best behavior. So I'm going to go with the 7 on top. That's Fast Fran. 7, 2, 5, and 4. Seems logical, as long as Fast Fran can make the lead. And she used to be so good. I remember her a couple of years ago. Every time she got the lead, she won. One of the best bottom claimers. Well, we got 8 of them today. Remember the pick 5s, because that's the best wager here. First race, start right off with a pick 5, and then the last 5 races of the day. Remember, the first one is that mandatory payout, so you can win 4 out of 5. Doesn't look like that's going to happen today. But the late one is the last 5 races. A lot of fun. We continue live racing, at 1 o'clock on Monday and Tuesdays. We are going to continue with a little bit later while Saratoga's running at 1:15, a little later post on Wednesday. That's Wednesdays only, so we stick with Monday and Tuesday at 1 o'clock. So next live racing day will be tomorrow with the 1 o'clock first post, and I'll see you then.
On the track, first race at Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Emerald Forest and Andre Worry. Number 2 is Fighter Kite and Carlos Camilo. Number 3 is Ola Sabel and Jeremias Flores. Number 4 is Nutsy, Christian Navarro aboard. Number 5 is Lookin' Super and J.M. Rohina, the rider. Number 6, Sutton Breeze and Emmanuel de Diego. And number 7, Broken Hearted with Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. First of 8 races on a Monday. Field of 7 to go 6 furlongs. Starter optional claiming race. Big favorite 3 to 5. Number 3 Ola Sabo. 5 to 2 on number 1 Emerald Forest. Looking super. Sutton Breeze and Broken Hearted. And they're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Ola Sabo who accelerates out for the front end. Broken Hearted far outside. Sutton Breeze, White Blinkers third. Then in fourth, that's Nutsy. Half length back to Emerald Forest at the fence in fifth. 3 lengths off the lead, now up into fourth. Sixth place looking super in a break of 6 lengths to Fighter Kite, who trails the field. Ola Sabo's on the engine, has a lead by just about a length. Sutton Breeze in second. Emerald Forest able to advance up the inside into third. And then it's Broken Hearted's outside in fourth. Then a length and a half back to Nutsy's, a length and a half in front of Lookin' Super, and a space of 3 lengths to Fighter Kite, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go in the opener. It's Ola Sabo on top by 3 parts of a length over Sutton Breeze in second. Emerald Forest has drifted out a little bit in third, now angles back towards the inside. And then in fourth, that is Broken Hearted as they got 3/16 to go, and it's Ola Sabo who's homeward bound. Has a lead by 2.5 lengths. Emerald Forest in the blue blinkers will try and run down Ola Sabo. The favorites are first and second. They go to the 16th pole. Ola Sabo has a length and a half head start on Emerald Forest. Ola Sabo, Emerald Forest. It's Ola Sabo, winner of 5 of his last 6. Emerald Forest a game second. Many lengths back to Sutton Breeze and Nutsy. Three, 1, 6, 4. Number 3 Ola Sabo first. 6 furlongs and 111.34. $2.50 the winning mutual, exactly $9.70. Try 560. Dime super $4.42. Coming back to the winner's circle, number 3, Ola Sabal. Career victory number 9. And this win puts him over $300,000 in career earnings. Kentucky bred, 5-year-old dark brown gelding by Bolt Doro out of Derby Eve. Frank Fumira and Come What May Racing, the ownership. Rachel Sells, the trainer. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Susan Kasner, bred Ola Sabal. Second race at Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 2 in 20 minutes at 1:30 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 2, and Olathabal joins Banker Blaney as a 5-time winner this year. Congratulations to him. He's been on a roll. A little bit of some anxious moments, we'll say, as Emerald Forest did put in a nice late run and put a little bit of pressure on Olathabal. Looked like he was going to have a chance to catch him, but Olathabal was able to hold on under Jeremiah's Flores for Rachel Sells. It's now 5 victories on the season, joining the 2025 undefeated Banker Blaney. All right, second race. We're going to drop below the bottom to 4,000 for the second. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here. The current favorite is on the inside, Let's Maga. Really only 2 horses getting play, and there's no surprise there. You got the speed of Flattery's Music, and see if Let's Maga can chase that one down from the rail. Let's Maga has hit the board all 3 of her last 3 starts, running second to Tasty Wave, who kind of shook loose on the front end as the other speed backed off of her, and Let's Maga was unable to make up any ground. The other speed was Isle Storm. She ran second to Laughter, but Laughter was a drop down that day, dropping from a starter, and Let's Maga put the pressure on her. So she's been against tougher horses. She'll get a little bit easier here, but she's going to have to run down Flattery's Music, who looked home free last time when dropping to 4. She had opened up a big lead in 23 and 48, and this is why they're running for 4. They finished home in 114, but Mind of Gold was able to catch her. Now, Mind of Gold might be the better horse, but she gave it up. Now, she does shorten up to 5.5. See how much it takes out of her trying to get to the lead over Super Slide. She's faster than that one. It should be her race to lose again on the front, and maybe at 5.5, she'll be able to hold off Let's Maga and others. Sweet Tooth Sue's the 5. She's more of an underneath type. She dropped to 4 last time, ran behind Flattery's Music, but it was around. She did run a good race, and she could hang around here. She actually might be able to sit a nice trip right behind Flattery's Music, but she doesn't win races. She's still eligible for the 3 lifetime after 41 starts, but has hit the board 22 times, 10 seconds and 10 thirds, and that's kind of where you use her, more of an underneath type, especially in this heat. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got about 8 minutes to post.
Just a slight delay in horses coming out for race number 2. There's a bridle adjustment being made on one of the Outriders horses. So once that's fixed, horses will be coming out for race 2. On the track, race 2 here at Finger Lakes. Number 1, Let's Maga, Kristen Navarro. Number 2 is Coffee Futures and John Barrios. Number 3, Fidalia, Jose Ventura. Number 4, Super Slide, Jeremias Flores. Number 5 is Sweet Tooth Sue and Joel Cruz. Number 6, Flattery's Music, Rafael Rojina Jr. And number 7 is Wine Trail, Laird Bailey, The Riding Assignment. Post time in just a few. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go 5.5 furlongs. 3 to 5, number 1, Let's Maga. Strong second choice at 2 to 1, number 6, Flattery's Music. And 5 to 1 on number 5, Sweet Tooth Sue. Super Slide going in. Sweet Tooth Sue. Flattery's Music and Wine Trail. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Bad hop at the start. Fidalia, who's last. It's Sweet Tooth Sue, Flattery's Music, Coffee Futures all sending out for the lead. Let's Magas towards the inside in 4th and about a length off the lead. 2 lengths back, Super Slide in 5th, who's 2 lengths in front of Wine Trail, and a gap of about 6 lengths to the slow starting Fidalia, who's at the back of the pack. It's Coffee Futures who has the lead as they make the entry into the turn. Flattery's Music in pursuit in 2nd. Sweet Tooth Sue races 3rd. Let's Maga towards the inside, a ground saving 4th. Super Slide advances on the outside, 3 wide in 5th. 3 lengths to Wine Trail is about 2.5 in front of Fidalia, who's at the back of the pack. Flattery's Music takes over from Coffee Futures. Let's Maga now bearing down has shifted to the outside up into 3rd. And then it's Sweet Tooth Sue, Super Slide 4th and 5th. They are in upper stretch. It's Flattery's Music trying to change leads, has the lead by a length and a half. Let's Maga on the outside challenging 2nd. Coffee Futures races 3rd, running down to the 16th pole. It's Flattery's Music and Let's Maga lunging at Flattery's Music, and Let's Maga gets up, defeating Flattery's Music. Coffee Futures 3rd, Sweet Tooth Sue 4th. Second race official, 260 the winning mutual. Let's MAGA. Back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 9-year-old dark brown mare by Revolutionary out of Heck. David Oyola. Owner trainer Christian Navarro, the winning jockey. Laurel Least and Joseph Leck. Bred, let's MAGA. Double $4.10. Dime superfecta $7.25. Exacta 530, 50-cent try, $19.37. Third race from Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Pick 4 starts on race number 3. Got about 20 minutes to race number 3 here at Finger Lakes.
All right, coming up on race number 3, and yeah, no surprises there. I think the race complexion happened exactly how everybody expected it to. Flattery's Music, Raff did a good job of trying to get as much as he could, try to rate that horse and then take over. But Let's Maga was just simply the better horse and ran her down. It was Christian Navarro for David Iola. Okay, third race starts the pick 4, the early pick 4. We also have pick 3, if that's your style. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here. Yeah, I thought the Barrow pair looked pretty good in here. You got Apollo Code, who ran for this condition last time, and may have needed the race over the track, and was running against Tougher at Gulfstream, was claimed for 12.5. I'd expect this horse to run better. It was not like the horse ran that bad. It ran into Banker Blaney, who's one of the 5-time winners. We saw the other one earlier today. Can't Beat Me is a stablemate. He's working on 3 in a row, and it's not a big step up going from that 62.50 claimer to the 1 state bred. That was off the claim for 5. So claim back. I guess everybody wins in that situation. The ones who claimed this horse, not only did they win, they got more money on the claim, and then the original person gets the claim back after he won and got the money of the claim. So everybody wins, and Can't Beat Me looks to win again, moving up to the 1 state bred. He's currently at odds of 3-1. Horse is getting some play despite being out of condition is the 2 Swift Bank. This horse broke his maiden here, then win the 2 lifetime. Now goes in Tougher, way out of condition going into the 1 state bred while still eligible for the 2 lifetime. But this horse does have some good breeding and some class. Wouldn't be impossible as Chris Elliott gets the mount. Again, he's no longer an apprentice, so he doesn't get that extra weight. But these are very good connections. Probably why he's getting so much early money, but does seem a little outclasses horses out of condition. The 1 Courageous Ola could be the inside speed here. Just kind of followed Banker Blaney last time. Wasn't going to try to challenge that horse. It was probably good tactics because he barely held on to be second. Goes shorter today, 5.5. If this horse can hold the rail on Coin Jar looks to be the outside speed. Maybe he can hang around and be dangerous in this particular race. So that's some of the contenders for the 3rd Exacta Tri Super Daily. Pick 3 and pick 4 starts in here.
On the track, third race at Finger Lakes, number 1, Courageous Ola, Nasario Alvarado. Number 2 is Swift Bank and Christopher Elliott. Number 3, Apollo Code, Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Can't Beat Me, and Hemant Harkey. Number 5 is Monomoy Beach, Joel Cruz. And number 6, Coin Jar, Jose Baez. Post time in just a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Can't Beat Me going up. Monomoy Beach and Coin Jar. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's Coin Jar from an outside post. Courageous Ola, Swift Bank towards the inside. And Apollo Code joins the party and had the check in fourth. A length and a half to Can't Beat Me is a length and a half in front of Monomoy Beach, who's at the back of the pack. Coin Jar has the lead, but pressure from Courageous Ola at the fence in second. Swift Bank tracks in third. Apollo Code re-rallies on the outside up into third, 2 lengths off the lead. Can't Beat Me is about 6.5 off the lead, and 3 lengths to Monomoy Beach, who trails the field. Midway on the turn, Coin Jar gets a challenge from Apollo Code, who ranges up to the outside. Courageous Ola's at the fence in third. Then it's Swift Bank as it's Can't Beat Me is swung wide for the stretch drive as they turn into the stretch. It's Coin Jar who clings to that lead. Apollo Code attempts to pass on the outside in second. Courageous Ola drops back in third, as well as Swift Bank in fourth. 16th to go. Coin Jar is determined on the front end. Has the lead by 2 lengths over Apollo Code, and it's Coin Jar victorious over Apollo Code. Swift Bank third, fourth maybe Monomoy Beach over Courageous Ola. Ladies and gentlemen, 6-3-2 unofficially. Coin Jar, your unofficial winner. But please note, stewards are posted to the inquiry side. Also a jockey objection. 3 versus 6. Looking for the run up the backstretch. You can take a look at the head-on view up the backstretch. One of the views the stewards will use to evaluate the steward's inquiry and jockey objection. The jockey objection, 3 versus 6. No change in the order of finish. Stewards ruled that the incident did not affect the outcome of the race, therefore no change in the order of finish. 6325 it will remain. Coin jar, New York bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by Central Banker on a mystery mix. Pater Pop Racing owns, Dana Saul trains, Jose Baez, the winning jockey. $6.40 the winning mutual. Daily double $14.40, exacta $21.20. 50-cent try $36.62. Dime super $35.05. Fourth race at Finger Lakes, scratch number 6, Diva Banker. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5, wagering, post time in 19 minutes.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 4. After a long deliberation, Coin Jar declared the winner right off the claim by Dana Saul. Smart move, as that horse was able to eventually get a clear of Courageous Ola and hold off Apollo Code. Jose Baez for Dana Saul starts off a pick 4. All right, pick 5 starts in the 4th. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here. We'll look at some of the contenders. You got the 2 Jackson Avenue coming off a second place finish against the 6250. She drops again down to the 5, and you got to think that she's going to be awfully tough against these horses. Thin Legs will be favored against these. The number was good enough to be very competitive. She looks like one of the main contenders. Laughter looks like the other. Laughter, who's at odds of 5-2, was against the racetrack and won anyway last time, as she made a nice quick move before they hit the stretch, and Let's Maga was unable to catch her late. Let's Maga just won for 4,000. Tasty Wave was in that race. She came back to win out of that race as well. So similar type of race today for Laughter as her win last time in that conditional 5, moving to the 2 since the date. Got to think that she's going to get a nice trip right behind the speed of Bad Connection. Now Tasty Wave is going to be right off of Bad Connection here. Bad Connection figures to be the speed. Tasty Wave was able to get the lead over Isle Storm last time, just because Isle Storm was inside of her, and Isle Storm checked out as she made it tight, and then she ended up getting clear and just cruised to victory after that. But it was a sharp win. She did a pretty decent time for the day, but don't expect the same kind of race today unless Bad Connection gives it up early and she could take over. She's definitely dangerous in here off the last victory. She seems like the other contender if you're looking at using 3 of them to use in the pick 4 or pick 5. I went the 2-4-5 though. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 5 starts with this race.
fillies and mares coming on the track. Fourth race, Finger Lakes. Number 1, Bad Connection. John Barrios aboard. Number 2, Jackson Avenue and Andre Worry. Number 3, Jolly Miss Jill and Michael Davila Jr. Number 4, Laughter, Kevin Navarro. Number 5, Tasty Wave, Hemon Harkey. And number 7 is Confirmed Genius with Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in a few. Fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares have arrived at the gate. Fourth race here at Finger Lakes. Field of 6 fillies and mares going 3/4 of a mile. 2 horses taking a lot of the wagering in the win pool. Number 5, Tasty Wave at even money. 9-5, number 2, Jackson Avenue. And 3-1, third choice, number 4, Laughter. Laughter going in. Tasty Wave. Confirmed Genius. They're all in the gate. And they're off and tight at the start. Jolly Miss Jill in Laughter. It's Bad Connection is drifting off the inside and gets that lead by just about a length over Tasty Wave in chase mode second. Third place Confirmed Genius. Now Laughter grabs third. Jackson Avenue towards the inside fifth, 6 lengths off the lead and a length and a half back to Jolly Miss Jill, who's at the tail of the field, half mile to go. Bad Connections on top. Tasty Wave applying the pressure on the outside, and Tasty Wave now on even terms with Bad Connection. They're clear by 3. Laughter is a clear-cut third. Jackson Avenue picks up a spot in fourth. Confirmed Genius shuffle back in fifth, and 3 lengths to Jolly Miss Jill, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. It's Tasty Wave who will have the lead as they turn into the stretch. Laughter's to the outside. Bad Connection tries to stay at the fence and keep position as they got 3/16 to go. It's Tasty Wave on top by about 2. Over Laughter second. Jackson Avenue will try and get into the race late on the far outside in third. 16th to go. It's Tasty Wave by 3. Jackson Avenue is on the outside up in the second. Jolly Miss Jill at the fence, and it's Tasty Wave. Tasty Wave did enough to win. Jolly Miss Jill rallied for second. Jackson Avenue third. Laughter fourth. Number 5, Tasty Wave, was first. 6 furlongs, 114.04. Five, 3, 2, 4 in race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Tasty Wave coming back to the winner's circle, 2 wins in a row for this New York bred 6-year-old gray mare by Central Banker out of Miss Micromanagement. Lima Samad is the owner. Julius Ashley is the trainer. Hemant Harkey, the winning jockey. Meadow Hill Lane Farm bred Tasty Wave. We did have a claim in race 4, number 5 Tasty Wave claim. BRG stable new owner, Matthew Clark new trainer. 4th race official, Tasty Wave pays $3.90 to win, double $19.20, exacta $18.20, 50-cent try $9.55, dime super $3.82, 50-cent pick 3 $8.15. To the back half of the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. 5th race, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time race 5 in 21 minutes at 3:02 p.m.
Okay, horse of the paddock. They're about to go on the track for the 5th. Look at the 4th. Tasty Wave sharp right now. That's 2 straight victories. Heeman Harkey moving at a perfect time, put away bad connection, and was able to open up the lead before Jackson Avenue and Jolly Mistral got going. Tasty Wave, Heeman Harkey for Julius Ashley. We look at the 5th real quick. The one Skippy Town getting some play. Here's a horse that won on the artificial surface at Presque Isle. Actually beat an X-Style winner. But, yeah, the interesting thing about that is because that horse got put up and would have to win again. And got DQ'd in that race. Came back and won again and dominated in his only Finger Lakes start. Now, it wasn't much that was behind him, but he did a decent time for the maiden special weight. So we'll see how good he is as he'll be tested against the 2 lifetimes. The 7 Burn Notice was dominant in his maiden win, and what was significant about that was his first start as a 3-year-old, and he went long off of the layoff. The horse that was 2nd and 3rd both came back to win. He ended up running 4th at Saratoga, now comes back to Finger Lakes. Thought he'd be a good price in here. He's 6-1 morning line, and looks like the main threat at odds of 9-2. So that's a couple of the main contenders here in the 5th. Jake's Orchard, also a good one to throw in tries. Exacta Try Super Daily Double, and the late pick 4 starts with this race.
On the track, 5th race, Finger Lakes. Number 8, Smoking It Up, leading the post parade with Joel Cruz. Number 1, Skippy Town, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 2, Jake's Orchard, Heeman Harkey. Number 3, 3-Point Strut, Andre Worry. Number 4 is Rasuli and Christian Navarro. Well, we'll go to the 5, 2:30 a.m. and Kevin Navarro. Number 7 is Burn Notice and Cabercoa. And you'll see the rest momentarily. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Approaching the gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8, go a mile and 70 yards. Odds on favorite at 4 to 5. Number 1, Skippy Town. 3 to 1 on number 7, Bird Notice. New Matthew. Smoking it up to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A little tight at the start. Burn Notice. 2:30 a.m. edging out for the lead. Jake's Orchard up the inside in second. And then it's Skippy Town who's in third. Ray Sully is 3 wide as it's smoking it up. It's on the far outside, trying to get closer to the front end, now in fourth. 3-point stretch towards the inside, fifth. Rasuli settles in sixth, and 4 lengths back to Burn Notice, who's a length in front of New Matthews at the back of the pack. As they angle on to the backstretch, less than 6 furlongs to go. 2:30 a.m. has a challenger in Jake's Orchard on the outside second. Smoking it up, races in third. Skippy Town, Green Blinkers in fourth. 3 lengths to 3-point Strut, who's a clear-cut fifth, a space of 5. Rasuli's dropped back to 6th. 7th place is Burn Notice, who's about 7 lengths in front of New Matthew, who's at the tail of the field. Less than a half mile to go. 2:30 a.m. on top. Smoking it up's on the outside second. Jake's Orchard trying to keep position. Skippy Town will try and scoot on through towards the inside in fourth. 2 lengths off the lead is Skippy Town. 3-point Strut will have a decision to make to go inside or outside. Ray Sully attempts to re-rally. 7 off the lead. Then it's Burn Notice and 2 lengths. And New Matthews much closer at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. 2:30 a.m. but Skippy Town got through. Skippy Skippy Town now has clear running lane if good enough, and Skippy Town is a top contender on the outside, and Skippy Town takes over the lead from 2:30 a.m. It's 3-point Strut who's shaking up on the outside. New Matthews in fourth and 5.5 lengths off the lead, 16th to go. It's Skippy Town who draws clear. Skippy Town now has a 3-race win streak. 3-point Strut second. Burn Notice rallied for third. New Matthew fourth. Number 1, Skippy Town first. Photo for second, mile 70 yards, 145.98. Second, number 3, 3-point Strut. Third, number 7, Burn Notice. Fourth, number 6, New Matthew. Fifth race official, Skippy Town pays $4.10 to win. Skippy Town now has a 2-race win streak. He got DQ'd back in mid-June at Presque Isle. Crossed the finish line first, but officially a 2-race win streak for Skippy Town, New York bred. 3-year-old bay gelding by Motown out of Unbroken Spirit. Gumster Stable owns. Ralph D'Alessandro trains, and Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. Magic Oaks Farm bred Skippy Town. Daily double 1160. Exacta 49.60. 50-cent try $45.75. Dime super $60.70. Pick 3 $16.62. And the early pick 5 $32.25. 6 race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes.
All right, minutes opposed for the sixth race. Looking back at the fifth, that was Skippy Town, making a couple in a row since arriving here at Finger Lakes. That one able to take care of business, moving against winners for the first time. Emmanuel Di Diego for D'Alessandro. We go to the sixth, never won two, 5,000 condition, going a distance of 1.70 miles. Start with the six, Global Giant. Thought this was kind of an open race, and gonna lean towards Global Giant with a little bit of a price, at least early right now at 5-1. Comes out of a race where it was a sprint at 6 furlongs, won by Irie Man, who was a big favorite in there, and it wasn't the greatest of pace scenario, plus it wasn't his best distance, and that's the big thing. The stretch out for this horse could make all the difference for Global Giant, who was running a little bit longer at Tampa and Parks before arriving here. And notice when this horse did arrive here in the route, it was an allowance race where the top three finishers all came back to win, and all came back to win with good numbers. Talk about Sorority Prank, Alfgar, and Burning Beauty. Turned out to be a good race. So why not? This horse at a little bit of a price in a wide open race coming out of the best races. Davis Tuition takes a significant drop in class, dropping all the way to the bottom after running in allowance races. Now, it was eased last race at Aqueduct before arriving here, and hasn't shown much. But keep in mind, one of the races he broke poorly, and the other one he was wide. But the big thing is the races he comes out of. One of them was won by King's Leap. That horse ran third in the New York Derby. The other race was won by Blamiker. Blamiker ran 103 and change that day, fastest time of the season. So the margin of defeat, maybe not as bad as it looks. So this is a horse by Mineshaft. Should enjoy stretching out, but the big thing is where he is as far as how good he is. No, he's not competitive in those races, but he takes a significant drop. The two horse is Makar. Makar was involved in a bumping match last time with the eventual winner, Neptune Beach. And it was a long inquiry. Actually, might have had a case as they bounced back and forth, but it didn't affect the outcome, so his numbers stayed second. He wasn't going to beat Neptune Beach. Unfortunately, it's a little tougher field for Makar, but at least he's running in the right direction. He improved greatly with the stretch out last time and should be a big threat in here as well. And he's a price at odds of 8-1. The 7 Ranger Blue getting some play, and deservedly so. This horse ran third the last 2 times. Was a beaten favorite in both of them since adding blinkers, but he really hasn't been aggressive enough in any of these races. He doesn't like to pass horses when it comes down to crunch time, and that's the problem for Ranger Blue. He needs the lead in these routes, and he may not be fast enough to get the lead, or he'd have to use too much to get the lead. So one of these days he will get the lead against these type of horses and win, but until then, he's probably a good horse to use underneath. Some of the contenders for the 6, Exacta Tri, Super Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts here.
On the track, race 6, Finger Lakes, leading the post parade, number 1, One with Everything, and Andre Worry. Number 2, Makar and Hemen Harkey. Number 3 is Bon Chance and Chris Russell. Next up, number 4, The Mighty Don and Luis Perez. Number 5, David's Tuition and Michael Davila Jr. Number 6, Global Giant, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 7, Ranger Blue and Joel Cruz. And number 8, Saratoga Weekend, J.M. Rohina aboard. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Two to one favorite number 7, Ranger Blue. David's Tuition. Ranger Blue will go in after Global Giant. And then Saratoga Weekend. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Decent start. It's the Mighty Don who streaks out for the lead. Macar's at the fence. Davis Tuition now forwardly placed on the outside. Saratoga Weekend will be stuck out 3 wide around that turn. In the 4th spot, that it's Bon Chance. Global Giants in between horses as Saratoga Weekend spun out wide. Ranger Blues outside of him, and One With Everything saving all the ground at the back of the pack and about 10 lengths off the lead. It's the Mighty Don who's on the point, has a lead by a length and a half. Macar and David's Tuition are second and third, then a gap of about 5 lengths. Ranger Blue advancing in 4th. Global Giant loses a spot in 5th. One With Everything out of last up into 6th and about 10 or 11 lengths off the lead. And then it's Bon Chance in second last, and Saratoga Weekend has been shuffled back to the tail of the field. Half mile to go in this race, and it's the Mighty Don who's shadowed by David's Tuition. Macar's in third and 7 lengths off the lead. Then about 4 lengths to Ranger Blue. Bon Chance trying to thread his way through traffic, going with One With Everything. Saratoga Weekend's out of last, and Global Giants at the back of the pack. 2.5 furlongs to go. The Mighty Don has a lead by about 2.5 lengths. Davis Tuition shaking up in second. One With Everything and Bon Chance are third and fourth. Macar's outside in 5th as they turn into the stretch. The Mighty Don cuts the corner. Homeward Bound has a lead by 6. One With Everything improving now up into second. Davis Tuition is one pace, and then it's Bon Chance. They run to the 16th pole. The Mighty Don still has a substantial lead. One With Everything's a clear-cut second, and it's the Mighty Don. The Mighty Don, a front-running victory. One With Everything second. Close for third between Bon Chance and Saratoga Weekend. Four, 1, and a photo for third. Number 4, the Mighty Don first. Miles 70 yards, 147.70. Third, number 3, Bon Chance. Fourth, number 8, Saratoga Weekend. 4138. Back to the winner's circle, number 4, the Mighty Don. The Mighty Don, New York bred, 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Freud out of Barrel of Dreams. Richard Orens, the owner, Marissa Monserrati, the trainer, and Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Also in the winner's circle is Gary Walker, part of the I Love Horse Racing group on Facebook. Over 1,200 total members. You can find Gary Walker on Facebook as part of the I Love Horse Racing group. 4138 in race 6 here at Finger Lakes. It's official, 920 the winning mutual. Double, $42.40, exacta $66. Trifecta, $170.25. Dime Super, $217.75. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $66.37. Seventh race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and daily double wagering. Post time race 7, 21 minutes away at 4:03 p.m.
All right, got 9 minutes to post for race number 7, and that was Marissa Monserrati, the Mighty Don, getting away in that race under Louis Perez. Horse goes good when he's just able to make the lead. He was able to get the lead today, was unable to last time, and you see all the difference. Plus the fast track certainly helped. Big effort from the Mighty Don today. Marissa Monserrati does a good job with that horse, and today is a winner. 7th race, we start the late double, the last double, and it's a good one. We could consider this one our feature race of the day. It's an optional claimer, the starter condition. Nobody's in for the optional tag, but the starter is horses that have not won or started for a price of $5,000 or less in the last couple of years. And these races have been pretty good over the last few times that we've had them. And it does mark the return of Dynamite Karma, who's actually done well in this condition since arriving here. Has had 2 straight wins. He's dominating this condition the last couple. The Murph and now the Niz have a horse that's winning the sprint. But Dynamite Karma, that's what is working on a 3-race win streak, looking for 4, and it's the same horses. So unless he regresses, or maybe a horse like Beta improves a little bit or gets a little better the trip, can turn the tables. But he looks like he's going to sit right off of the speed of 30 Oysters and has a big chance to follow it up. The 7-horse Beta is probably the main threat. You could have a replay of the last time they faced, and Beta didn't. It wasn't like he was pulling away from Beta. Beta was hanging in there with a good second finish, a good run. And it was only Beta's second start of the year. Maybe he's that much sharper this time. He loves this distance, has won 50% of his races going this mile 70, and he's got some back class. So if that comes through, maybe he could be the one to pull off the minor upset. Probably more of an outside stalking trip right outside of 30 Oysters, and maybe he could take over and get first run on Dynamite Karma. Though Dynamite Karma has speed too, so it could be more of a jockey chess match what Dynamite Karma does and how he handles 30 Oysters, who's outside of him. The 5 Coach Bahi always fires. I mean, this horse hasn't been as consistent last year, but it seems like he's back in form. He had the one bad race. It wasn't even a bad race. It was against Dynamite Karma, and Dynamite Karma did run a quick time that day, and Coach Bahi did get caught wide. But other than that, this horse has continued his sharpness. He's well spotted by Buckley. He's eligible for these starters, and he'll always be competitive in these starters. The only thing I didn't like as far as putting him on top was it was a much weaker field last time, and he was just barely able to hold off Pot of Gold in that race. These horses are better than Pot of Gold, but Coach Bahi does run to his competition, and when he runs his best race, he's another one that has an upset chance in race number 7. So that's a few of the contenders for this race. Exacta, Tri Super, and Daily Double offered in here.
Coming on the track, race 7 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Utamaro and Luis Pena. Number 2 is Dynamite Karma in Noel Bieto, the rider. Number 3 is Fort Charles, Kristen Navarro. Number 4, Honorable Avenue and Joel Cruz. Number 5 is Coach Bahi and Kevin Navarro. Number 6, 30 Oysters, Carlos Camilo. And number 7, Beta, Luis Perez, partners up. Post time in a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate. at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go, miles 70 yards, 4 to 5. Number 2, Dynamite Karma. Winner of his last 3, including 2 here at Finger Lakes as part of that win streak. 5 to 2, number 7, Beta. Fort Charles. Current third choice in the wagering at 4 to 1, going up and in. Honorable Avenue. Coach Bahi, 30 Oysters, and Beta. Four to 5, Dynamite Karma. 5 to 2 on Beta. They're all on the gate. And they're off, both hopping at the start. Coach Bahi and Honorable Avenue, they're last and second last. Utamaro and Dynamite Karma, these two blitz out for the lead. 30 Oysters is on the outside in third. Then it's Beta able to get over from an outside post in fourth. Coach Bahi's in fifth. Then a length to Fort Charles, who's about 3 parts a length in front of Honorable Avenue, who's at the back of the pack. About 8 lengths from top to bottom as they circle around the first turn. It's Utamaro's on the front end, has a lead by a half length over Dynamite Karma, who shadows that one in second. 30 Oysters outside of Dynamite Karma in third, as it's Beta's tugging at the jockey to go on in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. 2 more lengths to Coach Bahi, who's 2 lengths in front of Honorable Avenue, and a half length to Fort Charles as at the back of the pack, and about 9 lengths off the lead. Dynamite Karma takes over from Utamaro as they will pass the half-mile pole. 30 Oysters is in third. Beta will try and thread his way through traffic in fourth, 2.5 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to Fort Charles, who's to the inside of Coach Bahi, and 5 to Honorable Avenue, who trails the field. Dynamite Karma is on top. Beta was able to get through in between horses up into second. 30 Oysters nudged to punt in third. Fort Charles circles up on the outside. Now up into third is Fort Charles. And Utamaro drops back as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Dynamite Karma is the first to face us. Beta and Fort Charles, the dangers on the outside, second and third. They run down to the final furlong. Dynamite Karma on top by 2. Fort Charles on the outside of Beta for second, but with a 16th to go, it's Dynamite Karma who will extend the winning streak to 4. Dynamite Karma, the 3 to 4 favorite, prevails. Fort Charles gets second over Beta. Then it was Utamaro fourth. 2371. Number 2, Dynamite Karma first. Mile 70 yards, 144.77. This was a soft trip. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, Dynamite Karma. 4-race win streak, Ontario bred. 8-year-old Grey Gelding by Big Screen. Out of Dynamite Dancer, RT Racing Stable owns. Leandro Moreno Barban, the trainer, and Inoel Vieto, the winning jockey. Spring Farm bred, Dynamite Karma. Career win number 16 for Dynamite Karma. $3.50 the winning mutual, double 19.80, exacta 9.30, 50-cent try, $3.80, dime super, $8.12. Eighth and final Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final in about 20 minutes at 4:34 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready to conclude this Monday card with race number 8. No doubt about that. Winner Dynamite Karma continues to dominate that starter allowance condition. This time having to carry a couple more pounds, but able to make it 4 in a row. And they tried to make it difficult on him, as Udamaro seemed to be used as more of a rabbit in that race, as seemed like good tactics. Beta was able to sit just off on the rail, then try to not let that horse get away from him. But Dynamite Karma was just simply way too good for that field. It was Beto for Moreno Barbin, and just too good for those starter allowance condition. And man, talk about a horse that's well spotted. Horse just keeps winning at that level. Okay, just a reminder, tomorrow we have some races going on tomorrow. A lot of good action here at Finger Lakes, as we got 2 more days of live racing this week. 1 o'clock is the first post for tomorrow's festivities. We look at the last here, 5,000 claimer, non-winners of a race since a date or never won 4 races. And look first at Fast Fran, who appears to be the speed of the race. She has yet to hold on, though, in her 2 starts this year. She'll go a little further. Doesn't seem to be a problem. If she can get out there and relax, that's the big thing. 6 furlongs, she's just as good as 5.5, but it's all about able to control the pace and sustain that speed. It is her 3rd start off the layoff. She didn't have much of an excuse last time, except for Ouch That Hurt, just simply may have been a better horse. Ouch That Hurt making her 2nd start off the layoff, and she had got off slow the time before, and she was just better. But Fast Fran, when she gets the lead, she can be awfully dangerous to go all the way, and she has a good chance to do so here in the last. Look at some of the other contenders. You got the 5, Kaz's Rose, getting some play. She's got some tactical speed to come to be close. Worry stays here, as he rode True Destiny before, but only had 1 start this year, so she does have some room to improve off of the 1 start, and she was very competitive at the lifetime bottom level last year. She's a contender. So is Make a Joyful Noise, who's more at the mercy of the pace. Doesn't seem like she's going to get it here, but if she does, one does develop, look for her to be closing late. The extra half furlong doesn't hurt, as she was way out of it. And that's been her issue lately, is just nothing for early speed. She was a little sharper earlier in the year, but lately it seems like she's got some ground to make up and finds herself with too much to do. But maybe at 6 furlongs, she can make up that ground late. If some of these horses are chasing after Fast Fran, she could be a threat to be in the top 3. Tumbles, the same thing. Tumbles has some tactical speed, a little over her head against the 11 and 9s and the Shoe Lady. And last time she ran into Fast Fran, Ouch That Hurt. But she had some issues at the start, and she got caught chasing. She has an outside shot in here. She ran good first start off the layoff when running for the waiver claim, and it's just a matter of the trip. She's got to lay close with Fast Fran and maybe can hang around. Exacta Tri Super offered in the final race on today's card. Got about 5 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, 8th race, Finger Lakes. There's the One True Destiny and Cabercoa. Number 2 is Make a Joyful Noise and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Ramon with Luis Pena. Number 4 is Tumbles and Hemin Harkey. Number 5 is Kaz's Rose and Andre Worry. Number 6, Devilly, Chris Russell, the riding assignment. Number 7, Fast Fran and Jeremias Flores. And number 8 is Sweet Invasion, Christian Navarro calling the shots. Post time in just a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Loading up for the 8th and final, Ramon goes in. Kaz's Rose. Devilly and Sweet Invasion still behind the gate. Devilly. Fast Fran. And Sweet Invasion. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Fast Fran who blitzes out for the front end. Sweet Invasion displaying speed, tumbles at the fence up into second. And then it's Kaz's Rose is in between runners up into third. Fifth place is Devilly. Ramon's in sixth. And then in seventh, True Destiny, who scrapes the paint and about 7 lengths off the lead. And a length and a half to Make a Joyful Noise, who's at the tail of the field. Fast Fran leads this group into the turn, tumbles. Green Blinkers up the inside second. Sweet Invasion to the outside of Kaz's Rose, third and fourth. Ramon's up the inside fifth, 6.5 off the lead. Devilly is next. Make a Joyful Noise is out of last and a neck in front of True Destiny, who's at the back of the pack. Fast Fran leaves the quarter pole behind, has the lead by 4 open lengths. Tumbles outside second. Sweet Invasion drifts out the outside in third, and they're in upper stretch. It's Fast Fran who's homeward bound, has a lead by 3.5 lengths. Tumbles still a clear-cut second. Lots of horses going for minor awards. True Destiny's up the inside. Sweet Invasion, but as they pass the 16th pole, Fast Fran tumbles a final try on the outside, and Tumbles has got her. Tumbles able to pass Fast Fran in the shadow of the wire. Then it was Sweet Invasion and True Destiny. Tuesday's program now online for download at fingerlakesgaming.com. Tuesday's program now online at fingerlakesgaming.com. 4781 here in the nightcap at Finger Lakes. Tumbles able to pass Fast Fran in the last couple strides to get up for the win. 6 furlongs, 114.16. Back to the winner's circle, number 4, Tumbles. New York bred. 5-year-old Dark Brown mare by Boys at Toscanova out of Eponymous. Wailila Samad, the owner. Julius Ashley, the trainer. Him and Harkey, the winning jockey. 2 wins on the day for those connections. Tumbles bred by some guy named Paul Matisse Jr. It's official. Tumbles pays $10.20 to win. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $225.75. Double $19.40. Exacta $34. Trifecta $67.75. Dime Super $94.65. Pick 3 $28. Pick 4 4 of 4 $101.87. And pick 5 $225.75. 8th race is the last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Next live racing day tomorrow, Tuesday. First post at 1 p.m. And don't forget, on Wednesdays, our first post during the Saratoga season, I believe, is at 1:15 p.m. But for today, from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.